Okay, so sorry for the break. And like I said, welcome to the AGECares Pick Up and Heal Summit, organizing commemoration of the 16 days of activity to end violence against women and girls. Year 2025, the team says unite to end violence, digital violence against women and girls. And you and I, as civil society organization, will agree that there have been a lot of violence, and then we still remain the vital tool to ending some of this violence. And that is why we are gathering here today. So, my name is Martina Abri. I'm the gender and youth advocates for Age Network, and we'd love to meet each and every one of us as we proceed. Hi. Okay, so we start with Miss Justin. Are you with us? Mrs.
Yes,
Justin,
I'm here.
can you
Yeah,
just
I'm
say
here.
hi? Let's meet you, please.
Yes. Okay. Can you hear me loud and clear?
Ma'am?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me loud and clear?
Yes, we can hear you, though the network seem breaking.
Hello. Can you hear me? Video. I'm going to speak on audio. If that's okay.
Yeah, it's fine.
Is that
It's
okay?
fine. It's fine. You can
Yes.
just
My
yeah.
name is Justin Akbene Egbenya. I'm a retired warrant officer class 2. I served in the Ghana Armed Forces, the military branch, for 20 years and currently on retirement. After retiring, I'm into security and management consulting, and also the humanitarian services, where I am currently the president for Alliance of Global Volunteer Organization. It is an organization that mobilizes all grassroots NGOs under one umbrella, which serve as a network and at the same time a coalition in implementing a project in a various community in a greater impact. So that is me, Justin Akbene Egbenya. Thank you for having me here today.
Wow, that's a brief one. So good to meet you, ma'am. Yeah, we moved to we have Mrs. Shoba. Can we please meet you, ma'am?
Hello, everyone. Namaste from India. I'm Shobha from CNS and from She and Rights Initiative. And I believe in a feminist, fossil fuel free future. And I think that says a lot. And for me, feminism is not about matriarchy, it is about solidarity and care. And patriarchy, which is the root cause of all evil, and that is one of the reasons why we are gathered here today. It is about using, patriarchy is about using power and violence against other people in order to gain more power. And the opposite of that is feminism, using care and solidarity to change systems and share and redistribute power. Thank you. I think that speaks enough for me.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that brief intro. It's so good to have you on the call. And next we have Mrs. Ian. Can you please unmute to say hi? Let's meet you, ma'am. Hello, Mrs. Ian. Are you still with us? Hello, Mrs. Ian. Are you there? All right. So I guess she has a network problem, so we can move to another.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Anedi, founder of Anedi Foundation, working with youth and women on the intersection of GBV and climate change based in Nigeria. Can you
It's so
hear
good to
me?
have you on the call, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, we can hear you. Thank you so much for joining in. Yes, we'll move to all right, so we have a Ramakat. I don't know if I hope I can pronounce the name well, ma'am. Hello, thanks for joining. Sasitu, can we meet you please? Hello.
Good morning. Can you
Yes,
hear me?
yes, I can hear you.
Okay, good morning. My name is Yechenu Sasetu. I am a development journalist. I've covered issues around health, gender, education, and anything that has to do with development. So I'm glad to be here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we meet Mr. Victor? Can you say hi, please? All right. I guess maybe network has an issue with them. All right. I can see Uchena Elites. I see gifts. I see Stella. Please, can you all meet Victor? Are you still connected?
Good morning, everyone. Good day from whichever part of the world you're listening from. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Okay, awesome. It's such a privilege. It's such a pleasure to be here today. I'm Uchenna Elitata. I work in the development sector. Specifically, I'm the program manager for Give Girls a Chance, working to provide ensure that girls have access to quality education, and it's essentially what we do. So thank you so much for putting this program together.
Yeah, it's so good to have you on the call. Welcome. And we have gifts. Can you please unmute to say hi, please?
Okay. Good day, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much for creating this, I say, very necessary space. My name is Gift Orimolade, and I'm the content officer at Media Health and Rights Initiative of Nigeria, MHR. So we are a youth and feminist-led organization. We're committed to advancing SRHR, sexual reproductive health and rights, gender justice, and also social inclusion. So thank you once again.
Hi, thank you so much, Gifts, for joining the call. With Stella, I think has left. All right, so we'll just quickly run on the agenda for today's meeting. As we proceed, I will hang here to Esther to take us on the agenda briefly. Yes.
Hi, good morning, everybody, and good afternoon. My name is Esther Asukwo, and I am the Peace and Gender Advocate. Thank you for joining here. We are very honored to have you guys here. Thank you so much. So the first our agenda here, we have introduction and welcome of participants, which we have done it, and the opening remark and message from the executive director. So we are going to welcome our executive director on the call. Okay, but before we welcome our Executive Director, I would like to introduce our organization, which is African Girls Empowerment Network. It's a non-governmental organization. It's a registered and young feminine frontline civil society organization dedicated to reducing gender inequality in Nigeria by empowering and advancing the human rights of young women and girls. We advance gender equality in girls' education and also promote young women, promote sexual and reproductive health and rights of young women and girls. So thank you all for coming here. We are very proud and honored to have you joining here. So at next, so about age, as a young women and girls-led organization that is advocating for our rights and the rights of other young women and girls, our drive is to see women and girls being on equal footing with men, and we believe by working to secure the sexual and reproductive health and rights of young women and girls.
They're all on the same length. Are they all on the same length?
So our mission, our core mission is to empower, support, and protect young women and girls to advance their bodily rights, leadership, economics, and financial inclusion to foster them to Please, can you all hear me? So at next. So our age priority, our program is a program that empower and advance gender equality in girls' education particularly. And we have we also have young women and girls' bodily rights and autonomy, that is Bella by Choice Initiative. We also have girls' education, that is STEM girls. We have young women and financial economic inclusion, that is Paid for Women Initiative. And we also have here, your young women and girls' rights and leadership inclusion, that is Let Girl Lead. Age has a lot of areas focus program that we have been implementing every day and every month. So at next.
Thank you very much, Esther, for that brief introduction.
Okay, so today, Age Speak Up and Heal in commemoration of the 16 days of activities in 2024 with the global team Unite to End Digital Violence Against All Women and Girls. So now we are going to welcome our president speech now. So before we welcome them, we are going to introduce ourselves, introduction of the Speak Up and Heal.
I'm not taken back to you too.
The Speak Summit is a one deadline and digital violence. Women and girls to bring through a culture of silence surrounding GBV and highlight the intersection between GBV and digital violence. So thank you all for being here. I know we are here. The purpose of being here is to moderate and advocate, to become an advocate for all the survival of GBV out there. So thank you all. And I believe before the end of this section, we are not just coming here to learn from each other, but also to become an advocate out there, because there are a lot of women that have been going to GBV. There are a lot of women, 1 in 3, 1 in 4, 1 in 5 of women that's going through, they are suffering gender-based violence and also intersection of HIV. So I believe that as we are here, we are going to become an advocate to and provide the women voices. So thank you all for being here. Your presence here is honored. Then over to you, Madam Tina.
All right, thank you so much, Madam Tina, Madam Esther, for that introduction. Briefly, I will just take the message from our president. Something came up, so we'll just briefly take that. On behalf of the African Girls Empowerment Network, we warmly welcome you all to the AGECares Speak Up and Heal Summit for the year 2025 in honor of the 16 days of activism to end violence against women and girls. Your presence here today is a powerful step towards breaking the silence, amplifying survivors' voices, and unifying together to end all forms of violence against women and girls, especially in digital spaces. This summit is more than a gathering, it is a safe space for learning, healing, and inspiring action. Together, we believe that change begins when we break the silence and uplift one another. Thank you all for being part of this powerful movement today, and we look towards justice, healing, and equity. Thank you, and we'll be moving to the next slide, please. Okay, so as we proceed, we'll be taking a brief icebreaker section where we share a bit on what we expect about the summit. What is your expectation from this summit? From the first time you hear about the summit, what stuck into your mind about the summit? So the room is open for anyone who want to speak, who want to share. You can also type on the chat field. Hello. I trust you can hear me, right?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
All
We
right.
can hear you loud and clear. Good morning, everyone.
Okay,
Good morning.
to me, what I'm expecting to take away from here is the liberation of our girls. We need to educate them and make sure they have the mentality to stand the test of time. That is what I'm looking out for from this summit.
That's interesting. Thank you. Yes. Shoba.
Yes, for me, it is important when you are saying here, speak up and heal, because silence will sustain violence, according to me. So, the more you remain silent, the more violence you face, and we have to rise up, speak out, and we have to actually snatch our space in this arena, which is dominated by a patriarchal society. And that is what I hope to take from this summit.
Well, thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for that. Yes, we'll take us from there. The room is still open. Madam Yang, what's the expectation from this summit? Hello, ma'am. Are you there? Yes, no. The mic is open, please.
Well, I already typed in the chat box since you said we can type, but I'm just excited to hear what everyone is doing in their corner to contribute to ending gender-based violence.
Well, thank you so much. All right. I think we'll check that in the chat. Yes. Madam Uchena. Okay, I expect for everyone to discuss ways to end GBV on and more. Okay, that is Madam Uchena's words. Yes. Any other? Hello. Okay, keep dropping, keep dropping. Yesunu said, I expect to hear what others are doing in their spaces towards ending GBV. All right. A gift. I expect this summit to amplify survivors' voices in a way that informs our strategies and changes us to build more empathic and survivor-centered systems. That's awesome. All right, so having this in mind, we'll be moving forward. It just shows that collective work is one way we can all address the issues of gender-based violence that are persistent in our society. All right, so we'll be taking then moving to the next one. So we'll be calling on our colleague to take briefly on the culture of silence, the power of speaking up. And we're honored to welcome Miss Esther Odion. Please, the mic is open for you, ma'am.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Okay, just want to speak a bit on this. Why do many survivors of gender-based violence choose to remain silent? We all know already why they choose to remain silent. Some are due to stigma. Some are scared of being stigmatized. Somebody that is being abused. Instead of the person to speak out, is being stigmatized. Another one is based on the tradition, the culture. There are some things that happen to somebody in the particular. Another one is independence. If a woman is depending on a man, she does not have anything doing. It will be very difficult for her to report that man when she is being abused, because she will first think of how she will survive. What will she do if she make this man to face penalty? How will she then survive? So at age, we are trying our best to do something about that one. That's why we have free training for women. At least at the end of the training, we give them a token to come and start something to do. So, and in that case, H is putting in effort to make sure that that one is being, though only H cannot do that. So some women, they are afraid of speaking up. Imagine somebody being raped. Another reason why some women do not speak up is the law, the policy. If you want to, so if you, in the case of reporting a rape in Nigeria, if you don't present evidence, you are gone if you don't present evidence. So I think that in Nigeria you should do something about this particular one. If somebody is being raped, with or without evidence, there are some cases that even if a child should speak to her mother will never accept it. I've seen a case that a pastor raped the daughter, a little child. When she reported it to the mother, because she has already seen this pastor as a mini god, she did not accept it. She didn't accept it because she thinks that that man can never do a thing like that. So what does speaking up mean to me, to you personally? It means freeing your mind, saying what happened, having confidence in somebody that you are speaking to. But the problem here is if you have confidence and you are bold enough to talk to somebody and that person is a person stigmatizing you, that is one of that disadvantage. That is one of the causes of that women do not speak up. You may see somebody and you think that that person is trustful. You now go ahead and tell the person your problem, confiding in him or her. Before you know, another person why did I report the incident. So speaking up, irrespective of these challenges, we still encourage women to speak up, because if you speak up, you'll be free, your mind will be free. That's your healing point. You feel like you have somebody to talk to, there's somebody there to support you, there's somebody there to direct you, to tell you the things to do. So the next thing is how does culture or tradition contribute to the silence around gender-based violence? Let's speak of culture, female genital mutilation. That is violence. And if it's culture, it's in a particular culture community that thing is happening, who will you report to? Because they have already seen that thing as normal thing. There is no way that it can be reported. So we want, I don't know, I know there are some people there are some community that have eradicated that stuff. There are some community that are still holding on to it, thinking that if they circumcise a female child, that the female child will stay one place, will not be sleeping around until she gets married. That is gender-based violence. But some people do not know. Another one is just a case that I've just mentioned. A case of evidence. Somebody is raping you, somebody do this to you, you have to provide evidence when that thing happened, when you were not prepared, when you were not ready. So I think that in my own case, in my own opinion, those are the causes that women do not speak out and seek for help. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Esther, for that brief one. Of a truth, we could all know that the silence in the society that makes the women not to speak up is victims blaming, which is one of it. The fear for being blamed, being stigmatized, or having to face one or two people, humiliation from people because, oh fine, you were raped. We had a case of a student 2 weeks ago. We had a session in a school where we discovered a girl who was a victim of rape for the past 2 years, and the parents are not even aware of that. And this happened when she was 12, and by a court boy. It was perpetrated by a court boy who is just 26, and the guy threatened to kill the girl if the girl eventually tells anybody. And it was so shocking to us that you are 14 now, and what has happened to you, the stigma still remains with her. She still lives in that fear. She's still living in that trauma. She's still living in that depression, even affecting her academics. And then, they keep asking, what is wrong with you? And she couldn't open up to them. And not until we had a section that was the one-on-one counseling section, we got to discover this. So what does it tell us? It tells us that there's so many that there's still a lot we need to do. Even you as a young person, it shouldn't be that, oh fine, because you don't want to be blamed, I don't want to be scolded, you should keep quiet. What about the mother who says, oh fine, there's no need for you to go and tell anybody about it? When the father decided to take up the case, the mother is saying, no, you can't take up the case because it's going to stigmatize my child, it's going to leave, this kind of the value of this, how do I call it? Let's say the family, you don't want the family name to be rubbed in the mud in at the detriment of the daughter's life. And then you allow the perpetrator to continue abusing other girls. And so to those of you joining us, to you today, that silence is not thank you, Esther, for that. So please, can we move to the next slide, please? Okay, so talking about digital violence. Talking about digital violence. There are lots of things involved in digital violence. So when we talk about that, we all know that there are so many forms of violence that are perpetrated against women and girls, which violates the rights of these women. Most times, these are being done by the partners, or just to punish this woman. I want to punish her. So one of the things I need to do is to make sure that I display our private her private photos that we had outside, just because they want to shame the child, the woman. So the online stigma and discrimination, it's a very high one, especially when it has to do with. I'm not on this line. Oh, sorry for the break, please. And so we know of digital violence, we're talking about something that is gender, like especially this is being perpetrated by mostly men. And then we know of the truth that most of our girls these days are also part of it, are part of this. But then it is more prevalent that it affects our. What is most painful is that it affects the females and the women and the girls. They are the heart of this. One of the days I stumbled on you know on a social media link. I was just trying to, I think one of the partners shared a link, and only to click on the link, we never knew that it was already had been kind of manipulated. This is not the link we're supposed to be using. So as at the time I clicked on the link, it took me to a different server entirely, and I was like, what's going on? Immediately we had to reach out. Oh, fine, your server has been hacked. You guys have to start working on it. And it was unknown to this person. These things happen, but most of it are not known, are not being seen by. I mean, the the opposite gender, or even the people. So it's something that can happen to anyone. It can happen to anyone. Now it has also, there's also this stigma surrounding, online stigma surrounding the people living with HIV. You can imagine that they face harsh digital abuses, or find because a partner or a friend has discovered that you are an HIV positive person, they tend to say, oh no, this is the end of the world for this person. and then they begin to broadcast, sharing before you could know it, and the message is rampant. The message has gone on. Also, so person is a victim of HIV or is a survivor of HIV, and this causes a lot of stigma on these people. So there are sometimes, you belong to social media platforms, public spaces that are supposed to, supposed to be secure and safe enough, but these places are not safe, especially for women and girls. And then, what do we intend to do in essence as civil actors? We have a role to play in this. There's also misconceptions surrounding HIV spread online. When we talk about the increase in fear in those living with the virus, and then there is a decrease in the support that those people gain. The society from the blackmails and other exploitation that are persistent. So now when we look at the linkages between the next slide, please. Please take it back to the next slide. Hello. The next slide, please.
Okay, Madam Tina, I think you are muted. So thank you very much. So let's welcome our first speaker in. Let's bring in our first speaker. So our first speaker, over to you now, and welcome to the call. Understanding the digital. Okay, our first speaker is going to take understanding.
Again.
Yeah, can you hear me? Welcome, Ma. Oh, yeah, you're the one to take understanding the digital violence. So we are going to welcome you on the call. So the room is hello, can you hear me? Our first speaker.
Yes, I can hear you. Can I go ahead?
Yeah. The room is for you now.
Okay. Thank you so much. My name is Yechenu Sasetu. I'm a development journalist, as earlier introduced. And so I'm talking about understanding digital violence, forms, risks, and the urgency for action. First, I must commend you for starting on time, right on time. At 10 a.m. you started, and that's really commendable. So I'll start with a story. Let's talk about Miss J. Miss J is 22 years old. She's smart, outspoken, she's full of dreams, and she loves to share her thoughts on social media. She uses that also to connect with friends and then to talk about issues, that matter to her. So one day, Miss J posted an opinion about relationship and consent. And then that night, her phone would not stop buzzing, right? So at first it was insults. You know how some people can like to talk, just insult you rather than sharing their own opinion, or if they disagree with you, they just continue to insult. So that's what she was getting a lot of insults. One, because she's young, One because, and the other because she's female. So, people just kept on insulting her, calling her, you know the word that they usually like to call women, the A word. That's usually the insult. Once you're a woman and you say something that people do not agree with, they just label you as that. So at first it was those insults, and then eventually they became threats. And someone even went ahead to dig up old photos of her, even without her consent, and then started sharing. And she became a trend on social media. And people threatening her, if we see you outside, we will teach you a lesson, all of that. Even went ahead to share where she lives. So Miss J, of course, could not sleep because at this point she's afraid for her life, and she deleted her posts. She stopped going online. In fact, she deleted her account completely. Eventually, she couldn't even speak in class because she was in school. She couldn't even speak up in class because she would always feel like, people were staring at her, looking at her somehow. Uh, then she even stopped going out. She just became very reserved. The once bubbly young lady became a very reserved and withdrawn person. Well, we can say that nothing happened to her physically, right? But everything changed. And that is digital violence. You don't, nobody has to hit you physically, but those words that we see online, those things that people say, those threats, those insults, those, instead of people just respectfully disagreeing with your opinion, people just throw insults at you. And I have also experienced that. Not to this extent, but I experienced that. I shared a comment, I just made a comment, responded to a post and shared my own opinion. And it was something about, religion. You know how we're very religious in this part of the world. And instead of people disagreeing with what I shared, which was my opinion, not because I did not insult anybody, I didn't speak against anybody, I just shared this is from my own perspective, this is how I see it. But what I got that day were insults and insults. And I chose not to respond to those insults. And I can relate with Miss J because at that day I decided, oh, you know what? I'm not going to talk about anything religion because I love my mental health space. So I'm just going to let it be. As long as it's in this topic, I'm not going to talk about it. So Miss J is not a real life story, so to say, but it is also not made up because she represents thousands of women and girls across Nigeria and the world. And I just shared my own experience. I am one of them. So sorry, slide. Okay. So when we think of violence, many of us picture there should be bruises, there should be broken bones, or there should be physical harm. But today, harm in any way can come through a phone screen, a comment section, a private message, a leaked photo, a fake post. People go as far as creating deep fakes to just shame somebody. And those fakes would go viral. And before you know, people begin to associate that post or that video with a person, even if they are not true. And no matter how those things are deleted, eventually, when that person's name is Googled, those posts will come up again. And it's just unfortunate, but that is the extent that digital violence goes. So, according to the UN Women, between 16% and 58% of women worldwide experience some form of online or technology facilitated GBV, depending on the region. This is data from UN 2022. So, online harassment and bullying. Okay, all right. Online harassment and bullying, is also part of digital violence. And so digital violence includes, those threats, those hate messages, the sharing private messages without consent, stalking and constant monitoring, fake accounts created to shame or spread lies. So as more women speak up online about politics, gender, or just their daily lives, the backlash just grows. People do not want to hear women's opinions. So the louder women becomes, the harder the attacks, because the general as progressive as the world is, there's still that overarching belief that it is patriarchal. Our world is patriarchal. So people still believe that women are just to be seen, not heard. So when a woman even just shares her opinion, she's termed as bossy, she's termed as opinionated, she's termed as you shouldn't even be speaking up like this. You shouldn't speak like this. Like her thoughts should be regulated, and that is not it. Everybody has a right to express themselves as long as you are not infringing on somebody else's right. You're not being insultive to any other person. Just respectfully share your thoughts, and that's what we're supposed to do. So here's the emotional and mental impact, right, of digital violence, of people just talking to you anyhow, of those words that are spoken out against you, of those threats that are made. It breeds anxiety, it breeds depression, it brings on panic attacks, it creates room for low self-worth, and there's also a fear of public spaces, and then even the fear of using internet. You hear people say, I feel afraid all the time. I don't trust anyone anymore. I blame myself. I wish I never spoke up. And that was my own resolve as well. When I, after getting all those insults and all, my resolve was, I wish I never spoke up. I almost deleted that post that day, but I decided, or that comment, because it was a comment to a post. And I just told myself, no, I'm not going to allow myself to be silenced. I will leave that comment there because I did not say anything that was against anybody. I did not call anybody's name. I simply just shared my opinion about a post that was made. So that's the mental impact and of digital violence. So it even goes as far as some girls will stop going to school. Some women would lose their jobs or business opportunities. Some would even withdraw completely from public life, as we saw happened to Miss G. Please, am I still being heard? Hello,
Yes,
is everyone
loud and clear.
okay? Thank you so much. Okay, so imagine someone's nudes being shared, or even if it's real or fake, or imagine that being shared, and then her boss at the office gets that, or business partners get that, and it could be a loss to the business opportunities because it will be like, oh, this is the kind of culture that this organization holds, all of that. So digital violence goes beyond just what we see online. So the harm does not end when the phone is turned off at all, because screenshots last forever, posts are shared over and over again. The fears even follow survivors everywhere. And sometimes we just see digital violence as just drama, but no, it is not just online drama. It affects real lives because there are real people that are tweeting or posting behind those, even though, of course, they are bots now, they are AI generated, but it's still someone that is doing all of that, that puts all that in motion, right? So they're real lives, they're real futures, and they're people's real mental health that are being affected here. So digital violence does not just end when the phone is turned off. It continues. And like I said earlier, imagine if someone's name is Googled and that thing, comes up again. And it has just put a dent on someone's life forever. So why is this urgent? Why is it urgent that we talk about this? Because the digital world is now part of our daily life. So it is unsafe for women. If it is unsafe for women, then women are excluded from the future. And that is why it matters now. So evidence shows that integrated approaches improve outcomes by up to 40% compared to siloed interventions. And that's from the UN 2023. And which is why I like what we're doing here today, because it is part of our collaborative approach to ensure that this ends now. So I can't remember who spoke up earlier. Why do women stay silent? Yeah, I rightly mentioned that people stay silent. Women stay silent because they're ashamed. They are they don't even know who to report to. Or when they report, they're ashamed and they're told, "What were you doing there?" You know, all of those things. Even on social media, you know, why did you post that? You shouldn't have thoughts like that. You know, all of those things. But we now that know better should be able to create the safe spaces for people that have found themselves in those kind of positions to be able to come to and report, and then they find some kind of respite, uh, find justice, so to say. So I'm glad that the UN chose the theme Unite to End Digital Violence Against Women and Girls for this year, because for so long we have not considered the hateful messages online, the threat online to be digital, to be violence. But now we're understanding that it is violence. As long as someone does not say a nice word to you, the person is violating you, so to say. The person is being harmful to you. So nobody's mental space should be invaded just because they spoke up about something, just because they posted something, or just because they posted their opinion. There should be respect everywhere because everybody is a human being, and the first thing should be respect. And so building safer digital spaces, like I mentioned, we can do it together. And the first thing is to start with awareness. Young people need to know, and this should be done in schools, in churches, in mosques, in other traditional spaces. If we meet, we're interacting in our offices, we're interacting with young people one on one, you know, we should make them understand that abuse is not normal, abuse is not love, abuse is not their fault. If it happens to you, it is not your fault. The shame is not for you, the shame is for the abuser. That should be clearly stated. I talked about young people because that's um they have time to change their ways, right? It's sometimes it's a bit difficult when you're reaching out to the older generation because some of them their ways are set and all. But advocacy will not stop. We will still do the advocacy, of course, to them. But we can also now begin to train up the younger generation in the fact in a way for them to understand that love does not have to be forceful. It does not have to be hateful. It does not have to be. You can just be respectful to anybody online. And then another way is to believe and support survivors, right? If someone tells you this happened to me, I know that there are people that lie now, but if someone says it, the first thing is not to say, ha, stop lying. The first thing is to, okay, let's investigate and see how this happened, why it happened, and all. And then we can also use our voices to ensure that this ends and then create safe reporting paths. I think that's one of the things that we don't have in Nigeria. We need to be able to create safe reporting paths because even for physical violence and the bruises are there, you know, all of that. You go to the police station and they're asking you, what were you doing in the man's house at such and such hour? If it's husband or wife, they tell you, this one a family matter, or go settle down for house, you know, all of those things. So, but the more we speak up, the more they would see that there's something wrong and something needs to be done. I hear that the police actually has a gender unit, and so it is not very maybe it is not very strong as we would like it right now, but I think we're heading in the right direction. And the UN has numbers that people can call. They are, I can't remember what they're called now, but they are like safe spaces where people can call, go if something happens, you can call. There's FIDA, the Female Lawyers organization, where you can report to. There are other organizations. I think AGECares. I don't know if you do that as well. But there are organizations that can help. So if we create this clear, safe reporting path, then people that have been violated one way or the other would have the safe space they need to report what has been done to them. And then also, we need to raise girls who are digitally confident, raise them to say, here, speak your mind, share your opinion, but be respectful as well to others, because if it is done to you, you would not like it. So don't do it also to others. Just be confident, speak your mind, but also be respectful to others. And so remember Miss J that I talked about? Miss J deserves better. Every woman deserves better. So let us build digital spaces where women and girls can learn, speak, lead, and live without fear. Not tomorrow, not someday, but now. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, our first speaker. That is so wonderful presentation. If I actually learned a lot this morning, even if I don't learn much, I actually learned the what you said. We should know better that we should be able to create a safe space for others, and also to train up the younger one for a better life, and our voice to advocate. We should make use of our voice to advocate. So that is so wonderful. And also to speak up, that the more we speak up, and also the more we know that there is something wrong. So I believe that with this, a lot of people out there will also know that to keep silent, that they are killing themselves in fear, but when they speak out, they will be able to see help. Thank you very much for that wonderful presentation. So we are going to welcome our second speaker. Our second speaker is taking the healing beyond the screen, restoring the dignity, voice, and power after digital violence. So over to you.
Thank you, Esther Asuko and African Girls Empowerment Network for inviting me to take part in this summit on Speak Up and Heal. Because,
Thank you.
yes, thank you. Because as I said just now, silence will lead to more violence. Friends, let us take a moment to let the reality sink in. I have survived violence. And all those who are listening here and are present in this session, please tell me in the chat box if you have never ever faced any kind of gender based violence, be it emotional violence, physical, or sexual violence, or a guilty flush of shame when gaslighted. I would love to see some answers in the chat box. Those who have never ever faced any type of gender based violence. The question is, why is violence against women and girls so normalized? Why do we have to live with it? The WHO Director General, Dr. Tedros, had said a few weeks ago, I just quote him here, violence against women is one of humanity's oldest and most pervasive injustices, yet still one of the least acted upon. No society can call itself fair, safe, or healthy while half its population lives in fear. Ending this violence is not only a matter of policy, it is a matter of dignity, equality, and human rights. And Dr. Tedros is very right here because there has been no change in the violence against women and girls since the year 2000. Because as girls and women, we cannot accept a pathetic drop of 0.2%. Have you heard me right? In the last 25 years, the annual decline in intimate partner and sexual violence is so low at 0.2%. In other words, 99.8% of the total number of women and girls who faced violence remained same year after year. Isn't it pathetic and unacceptable? Also, my previous speaker, she had talked about laws, and rightly so. Let us not forget that while 165 out of 193 countries have domestic violence laws, but only 104 countries have comprehensive legislative policies in place. Or, in other words, nearly half, that is 48% of the countries, do not have comprehensive legislative policies and laws in place to address the various forms of violence. Even in those countries where laws exist, funding to address gender based violence is not adequate. Rather, it has declined since 2022. So, when we say that 1 in 3 women worldwide has experienced physical or sexual violence at least once in her lifetime, this is a gross understatement. Actual violence rates must be very high, and this again is so alarming and painful. If we are to walk the talk on ending sexual and all other forms of gender based violence, including digital violence, we must translate words into stronger actions. We have to dismantle patriarchy and rethink and rebuild feminist health and development systems. Have you ever wondered why all gender based violence is not against men? Except for a very few exceptions, you will find women and girls and gender diverse people to be the ones who are violated, time and again, year after year. Why? It is because boys and men, for centuries of the disease of patriarchy, have grown up with the wrong notion that they have rights, entitlements, and privileges which females do not have. I often wonder that why is it that men work from sun to sun and women's work is never done? From waking up early in the morning to prepare breakfast for everyone, to making kids ready to go to school, or feed men to go to work, and maybe go to work for her own work too. And then she also takes care of all or most of the household chores, and then puts her kids to sleep and her husband to sleep before it is another day. Her work is never done. And when it is a holiday for everyone, like weekends or festivals or family functions, she has more work to do. Can she take a break without any guilt? And can man and boy share her household chores? There is no genetic disposition that makes a male more special than a female. There is no genetic disposition that makes women carers and household workers and bars men from doing so. But patriarchy makes us think like that wrongly. It is instilled in girls since their infancy that it is their duty to care for others in the role of a sister, wife, or mother and disregard their own self. And if we expect boys and men will give up their rights, entitlements, and privileges on their own or give them up easily, we are in delusion. Because it is the patriarchal rights, privileges, and entitlements which let the boys and men enjoy life and make us females highly vulnerable to violence and dependent on them. These patriarchal privileges, rights, and entitlements are not only limited to gender based inequities which we suffer, but also rob us of our economic rights, workforce participation rights, education rights, social justice, and cultural rights. Unless we dismantle patriarchy, we cannot breathe free. Gender based violence takes several forms, including emotional violence and trauma, one of the most heinous crimes that most often goes unreported and unseen. And there is hardly any legal mechanism to seek justice. Whether we call it gaslighting or any other term, all our hearts are ripped by emotional violence and trauma and scars. Is this true or not? Please share your opinion in the chat box. One of the latest forms of gender based violence is digital violence, and all of us face it on a daily basis in some way or the other. Fear or apprehensions of accepting phone calls from unknown numbers, or abuses or sexually explicit messages on social media, or gaslighting and threats on social media, when we dare to speak up and heal and reclaim our rights, entitlements, and privileges. All of us face it and struggle against it too. One direct impact of digital violence, as has been mentioned earlier also, is that it adds to emotional violence and affects our mental well being. Hiding behind a digital fake ID also makes boys and men think that they are less likely to be caught and they can go scot free. But the root cause remains the same, which gives a wrong notion to the male perpetrator that it is okay to do so, and also gives a wrong feeling to us, the females, that we have to live with it or keep our mouths shut. But it is not our destiny to face this. We have to course correct this and fight for it and speak up. How to course correct it? First is to look inwards and undo the patriarchal programming that is wrongly seeping inside us like a virus in a computer. Do we realize that we are also infected with patriarchy? Are we not conditioned since our childhood to accept so many harmful gender and social norms, narratives, and stereotypes and think that they are normal when they are actually abnormal and grossly wrong? Think of female genital mutilation or cutting. Is it normal? But millions of girls, I think it's about 230 million girls and women who live with it, and they come from certain patriarchal societies that wrongly condone all this and think that it is necessary. Boys and men think they are born to enjoy more rights, entitlements, and privileges and perpetrate violence of all forms at all ages. And we girls and women and gender diverse persons are brought up wrongly to feel that we are destined to live without those rights, entitlements, and privileges. Why is it always the woman or the girl who has to adjust, conform, or be silent or get silenced by others? We are born free, be it a male or a female child or of any other gender. So, you and I also have a right to breathe free from fear of any form of gender based violence and enjoy full rights like men. This summit is to speak up and heal and rise, and to dismantle the prejudices that are thrust upon us since our infancy by the patriarchal social structures and systems we live in. In addition to thinking, rebuilding, and rising ourselves, we all have to unite together to denormalize harmful social norms, narratives, and stereotypes that reek of gender prejudices. We have to call upon our governments to deliver a life of equality for all without any discrimination or prejudice. Let us not forget that the first three words of the UN Charter of 1945, which all our countries uphold, are "We the people." It is not "we the men" or "we the boys." It is about "we the people," which includes us all. We were born equal, so we deserve and need an equal life of opportunities, hope, and aspirations, while we fight together to end all forms of gender based violence. I appeal to you all, and I call you my sisters, resistors, and persisters. I appeal to you to fight for your social rights and economic rights also. There is no gene that makes a man more intelligent. There is no gene that makes him more aggressive. And there is no gene that makes a woman less intelligent. But there is a disease called patriarchy, which makes the man think like that. It is the same disease making us think like that too? Do we feel men can do better in education and economic activities? The answer is no. But very often, we are forced to feel like that. All girls must receive the same education and same opportunities in life to follow their dreams, work wise, economic justice wise, income wise, with parity and dignity, and with zero guilt. We have to earn and have full control on our finances. We have to make investment decisions about our money too. We can make mistakes. Men also make mistakes. So, what is the big deal? We will learn and become better with finances. Same goes for social rights. We have a right to relax, have a weekend off, or go out for a movie. Is this not normal for boys and men? Then why not for us? Why the guilt feeling there? But when we do this, it is the disease patriarchy that makes us all feel guilty. Uproot this disease out of us first. Let us uproot patriarchy from within ourselves and from our society. Let us ensure that we and our coming generations live and breathe in a world free of gender based violence. Please tell me in the chat box or use reactions to tell me if you agree with this or not. I am ready to take disagreement also, but please write in the chat box. Let us pledge that gender based violence will end with us. For how many generations and centuries will we bear the brunt of gender based violence? We are not asking for mercy from men or boys. We are asking for our right to live with equality and justice just like them. Enough is enough. No more now. Gender based violence ends with us. Silence sustains violence. Thank you very much.
That is very wonderful presentation. Thank you, Shoba. And that I really inspired on that. So, even if I don't take anything, actually take this. Silent lead to more violence. And also, 1 in 3 women are facing violence. Is there anybody in this place that does not face violence? There is nobody. There is nobody, because violence, you might not face violence in this area, but you might face violence in this area. That is, if you are not facing violence in educational way, you might face violence in marital way, you might face violence in your workplace, in any way. So there is nobody that does not encounter violence. That is wonderful presentation. Economic rights. We need our rights. A lot of women are going through economic rights. They're also suffering educational. There are young girls out there that are suffering educational rights. So now that right, that is what we are covering here. If we still keep silent, the more we silent, according to what he said, the more we silent, the more the violence is continuing. So when we all agree now as a women to speak out that we don't want any more violence, we need equal, according to what she said. We all born equal, so we all have our rights. So men must give us our rights. We need our right, educational rights, a marital rights, economic rights. Even government should arise also to take action. So thank you very much for that wonderful presentation. That is so wonderful. Thank you so much. So we move next. Okay, before we move on to our next speaker, and there will be a time for question. So please, if you have a question, please, you are free, just write it down. So we'll call on our speaker. Each of our speaker will answer a question. So thank you very much. And also there is attend an online at home. Kindly sign register so that we'll be able to know, we'll be communicated. We know, we are now a friend, we are sister, we are friend, we are sisters, so we must know ourselves more. Thank you very much. So next slide. Okay, this is a room now for sharing lived experience on our survival advocate for GBV. So we have a lot of them. So I will have one that says she would like to share. Please, the room is open to you now. Our survival. Hello. So please, if anyone that's shared.
Okay, can I please come in?
Yes. Over to you,
Yes,
ma'am.
yes. My name is Justin. I'm speaking from Ghana. Having served more than 2 decades of my life in the military, I would say a male-dominated institution, I can count myself as a survivor because one, when you take the military training, right from the onset, if you're a woman and you want to join the military, they see you as a weaker vessel. But our previous speaker stated that the genes in the men are not different from the genes in we, the women, too. So, because God has created us and has given us that genes, the same genes, just the same as the men, me in person, I was able to survive it. When it comes to training, among 400 men, you could count only 63 ladies among them. But when you count the best 50, we, the ladies, almost 70% do well compared to even the men. So why do we have to accept the idea that we women are weaker vessel and then the men will silence us and then that abuse will continue to go on? The answer is no. I want to point it out to everyone who is listening today that we women, we don't have to accept a situations whereby the men think because they are stronger vessel in the physical being, they are better than us. No, women, we can do better. We can do better, even more than the men, if you put our minds to it. So for me, I am a survivor. I was able to train with them. I was amongst the best 5 out of 450 candidates at training at that very moment. And out of that was placed in the very vantage point in the army, which actually I would say is something that I'm proud of. And wherever I find myself among the girls or young ladies, I speak to it so that they will take a cue from there and see themselves as a superhuman, just as the men see themselves. So for me, I am a survivor, and this is my surviving story I want to share with everyone. Thank you.
Very much. Thank you very much. I learned a lot of things. Same here. You said we must break we must break the silence that only men can do all things. Then we women, we are the weaker vessel. No. We have to change that narrative as a women. Let's change the narrative that what men can do, women can also do it. In fact, we can do more better. Yes, we can do more better. So let's change that narrative because we all believe that if a man is a harmony, so women cannot become harmony because they believe that I don't have the strength. I can become a harmony. So even let's we have a initiative called STEM Girls Initiative. We actually make the student to know that they are not only said that they can't go into mathematics because mathematics is very hard. So I'm a student, I like art, I cannot be a doctor. So we have to tell them to change that narrative that they can become doctor. The science is very good. They should not be running from science. They have to go into science so that they can also being able to speak out. They can become a female doctor. They can become a mathematician. So with that, you can change that narrative. So thank you very much, her survivor. Thanks so much. That was wonderful changes that you make in our society. Thanks so much. So any other person? Any other survivor in the group that can share?
Hi, how are you?
Hey, hi, welcome.
My name is Neo from South Africa. Actually, thank you for sharing the platform with you guys. I cannot per se that I'm a survivor because I'm still living under GBV. I'm still trying to adjust life. I'm still trying to actually live with the fact that abuse is a living thing because at some point in my life, I thought that when a person is they're being abused, they're actually exaggerating in a way. I can say that. At the age of 8, I was sexually abused by my uncle for the whole year. I I was staying with my mother, then there were hiccups in my mother's relationship, then I spoke back and staying with my grandmother, was staying with my uncle. So in a way I can say that she knew of those events because when she had to wake me up to prepare for school, she never woke me up. She'd wake her son up and say, prepare her for school. And knowing that the guy is actually naughty, he's using drugs and all that. And then a year later, I went back to stay with my mother.
You be audible
After a
because
while,
we can't hear you.
uh, can you still not hear me now? Hello? Hello?
Yes, you are audible, but if we can just shift the phone
Can
a
you
little
hear
bit
me now?
away from your mouth, I think that'll be okay.
Can you hear me now? Maybe it's my network. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you from my side. Yes, I can.
Okay.
Hello,
As
please,
I was saying,
yeah, please, can you be audible? Because hello, yeah.
sorry?
You are audible now. You are audible now, Daniel.
All right. Okay. As I was saying, I was sexually abused by my uncle when I was around 8 years old, and then my family only found out about it about 2 years later from a neighbor. So when we were supposed to deal with it and say we must open a case of rape and whatnot, my grandmother suggested that no, it should be a family matter. It should be dealt with in a family way. It must not go out. In a way, I thought my mother failed me there. Even now, I still believe that my mother failed me because she agreed with those terms. And later on, the abuse became physical, not only towards me, but he became physically abusive to everyone in the family. And then we decided to move away from everyone, my mother and I. Maybe it was her way of saying she's protecting me, I don't know, but we moved away from everyone and lived in our own space. As a young girl, I started dating. When I started becoming sexually active, I think I was around 19, 20. That's when I fell pregnant and had my first baby. I never actually saw life in a difficult manner. I believed that I can do anything. I never depended on a man at the time because even when the baby's father said, no, I will not be a part of your life, I never actually hesitated and said, no, come back to my life. I actually let him go. And after a while, I lost my mother because it was actually us against the world, me and my mother against the world. I lost my mother and met someone else whom I'm currently with now. At first, it was the best relationship ever. The guy was the best. Like, he made me feel whole again. He filled the void of a father because my father was never there. I've never lived with my father. I've never spent time with my father. I only see him passing by saying, "No, that's your father." Like we have no communication. So the guy I'm with filled that space of fatherhood. He filled the space of a parent because I had just lost my mother. So as time went by, I think it was around after a few months of dating, we went out for lunch. It was him, myself, and my best friend. We went out for lunch. So it happened that I meet some of my other friends at the same place. So it was a guy. I had to greet him because we were very much close at first. I had to greet him and ask how life is. When I went back to the chair to sit next to my current boyfriend, he actually hit me. He beat me up inside a restaurant. I never actually spoke about it. I never confronted him about it because I thought maybe it's his way of expressing his love for me. Because when he spoke about it, he said, "You know that I love you very much. So how could you speak to other men knowing very well that I love you that much?" So I thought at the end of the day, he'd actually leave out of that. He'd remove that thing of being abusive. But it carried on, carried on, carried on to an extent that he'd even do it in front of my daughter. He'd beat me up for no reason. Now we are staying together. Even during these days, he'd go out in the morning and say, "No, I'm going to work. We'll chat during the day. There's something that I need to tell you." When it's around 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, he'd call me drunk. He'd insult me the whole day. Every time when he calls, he insults me. When he calls, he insults me. When he arrives at home, I know very well opening the door, I'm opening up for being beaten up. I have stab wounds. I have bruises that don't heal. My kids are traumatized because currently we both have a 11 months old daughter. The kids are traumatized. Even my firstborn has been asking why can't we let him go? Why can't we tell him to go? Because he's hating us. On Sunday, yes, it was on Sunday. This Sunday, this previous Sunday, we actually had we fought for the whole week, every day. And on Sunday, he forced himself on me. Sorry guys, he forced himself on me. And well, instead of using his dick to penetrate me, he first used his fingers. And when I tell him that you're hurting me, he actually push it harder. I push it harder in, like it makes sure that he shakes his hand so that I can scream and cry. Imagine the kids are in the house, they could hear that mommy is actually crying, though they don't know what's happening. And I did it was during the day when he did that. Later on, when he wanted to repeat it, I said, "No, you cannot do that to me because you've hurt me so bad. I'm still in pain even now." And he said, "No, how can you do that? Because I'm a man. You're supposed to sleep with me whenever I want to sleep with you. Everything I tell you to do, you must do it. You have no power over me. I'm the one who's got power over you." So in Zulu, can I put it in Zulu? He says, "Ngikuzele," meaning I gave birth to you. Those are his exact words. So for me, the thing that makes it difficult for me to leave this relationship is because at first I was independent. I won't lie. I used to get jobs, even though they were not permanent jobs. I used to get jobs. I was confident. I was actually an activist. I'm a well-known activist. Where I stay, everyone knows me. So meeting him, he changed everything. I'd say he put me in a space whereby I had to be alone. No family, no friends. I, I lost communication with everyone. There was a point that I never had a phone for about 2 years because I was not allowed to speak to anyone. So it's only last year where he said, "No, I think we should go back to it's only last year when he said, no, I think you should go back to being yourself because I can see the damage I've done to you. The damage is not only because the physical part where he beats me up, he messes me up emotionally. Even my physical structure is messed up. I've lost weight. My skin has become darker. I no longer have confidence. Like everything is ruined. My life is ruined. My only problem is that if I leave him, what will my kids eat? How will we survive? That's my worst fear. How will we survive if I leave him? Because he has been the provider in this family. So I think I'll pause there because it's getting too emotional for me. Thank you guys. Thank you very much.
Where you normally?
Hello. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
audible. I can hear you.
Yeah, so sorry, it was a technical issue from our end. So it's a very painful story. Are you done sharing your story?
Yeah, I think I should pause there because my daughter just walked in. So I'm going to pause here.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much for that story. Before we proceed, I would like Shoba to come into the story. What can we do, and what do you think that we can do to help her?
I think first of all, we accept. And again, as she said that, she rightly said, she felt, put the blame on the mother, that the mother did not stand by her. So as women, I think we have to stand for each other. That is very important. And the more silent we are, the more the atrocities will continue. I have faced it in my life, but again, and for that, as Yeshanu had said, economic empowerment is very important. Economic empowerment and emotional empowerment also. Earlier, I used to think that it is very important for a woman to earn money, and which is rightly so. But then I met many women who were earning, at least in, I'm talking of my country and the place where I live in, but they had no control over the money which they earned. That was all taken up by the husband, and it was he who was deciding where to spend the money. So, and there are so many things, in Esther here, so many involvements. The need to have a boy in India, it is so important that, and we are sort of, idolizing motherhood. Mother is placed on a pedestal. If you are not a mother and if you don't deliver a son, then there is something wrong with you. Even nowadays, even in the very educated societies, in the very rich families, that situation is there. And I blame it to patriarchy. We have let that happen to us, and we don't have to let it happen to us. And I feel that, like, I have been a teacher for many years, and I used to teach girl students. I always told them that your safety is first and foremost. In this age of permissiveness, sometimes we get led away, young minds get led away. But we have to think, that is the lesson we have to teach our girls and the young generation. It is your physical, emotional, mental safety which is of paramount importance. And don't do anything which is going to jeopardize that. I saw some hand was up, so sorry, I will stop here. Somebody had raised her hand.
All right, no problem. Thank you so much for that wonderful advice. Okay, the person should take over from there. Hello.
Hello? Are you talking to, you're telling me something or somebody else? Sorry.
Hello.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah, yeah.
Okay. I wanted to say something, but I think Shoba has said it all. The issue of empowerment. You know, a woman cannot negotiate her freedom when she is disempowered. And these empowerment issues comes in different forms. A lot of times, the predator or the oppressor, even when the woman is already empowered, because we have treated a case where a woman who was into baking, has a shop and was doing well, got married. The husband tactically got her to stop doing business and shut her business down. And what followed was the violence, aggression, and what have you. But in treating that case in my facility, we discovered that the fact that every financial obligation is dependent on the man, he has the final say, is another limiting force for the woman, and is the reason why the woman will continue to take his beating. Is also the reason why he can use the woman's children, the children the both of them had, as a bait on the woman. So when it's time to pay for school fees, he is not going to pay the school fees except the woman accepts any condition he gives. So we try to get him to come in for therapy because we realize that he too has his own mental health issues. There is an underlying factor that has prompted or produced this monster that everybody is experiencing at that moment. But he came in once for session and he didn't come back again. So what we did was we tried to understand the situation the woman had found herself. If she has a shop, the man is going to bring that shop down. He's going to use the people around anywhere she establishes business to bring her down. So we said, okay, thank God for social media, thank God for internet. How about you begin to market your skill? We became her first customer. We trained her through social media marketing, branding, and effective communication. And today, she was making money right under the husband's nose, and the husband didn't realize she was making that kind of money. Because what she does is she gets orders, puts the things together, and sends them off. Sometimes we have to come in as intermediaries to support her business, just because we knew she needed to have her own finance, so that certain things that would take her to the man, she can take care of it. And when the man realized that she has gone so far in being financially independent, he ended up marrying a second wife. Now, the issue of she got one and lost one came in. And we had to start redirecting and refocusing her mindset to understanding that she didn't lose anything. Her husband is still there. The only thing that happened is that he got another woman to vent on. And unfortunately, these men, I don't know how they choose their spouses, but I think he made a mistake with the second choice. And that one now met him fire for fire. That kind of started bringing him down, because the woman was always coming to testify that the husband who used to beat her cannot, challenge the second woman. So she had her freedom somehow. So we had to open our eyes to seeing that you didn't lose your husband, your children didn't lose their father, and you didn't lose your life. What if you had kept on holding on to that relationship, that you want your relationship, you want to save your relationship, and you lost your life? What would have happened? What would have happened to these children? And the husband also, what would have happened to him? He would have ended behind bars, So this issue of gender-based violence and women being empowered is multifaceted. And the truth, like the first speaker said, we must keep educating everyone to speak up. And I love what Shoba said, that what our problem is patriarchy. The same gene that runs in the men is also the same in the women. Nobody is supposed to think more superior than the next. So I'll leave it here. Thank you.
Yes. Can I say one thing? Sorry, can I say something?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, you are free.
Yeah, yes.
You are
Just
free.
yes, just in continuation of this. Women are always subject to emotional blackmail. And that emotional strength is very important, because we are blackmailed emotionally. If something goes wrong with the child, it is the mother to blame. If the child does very well in life, it is because of the father, and things
Yeah.
like that. So it's always like, even with educated women, I have seen that they say, well, even if it's a marriage has broken, but they want to stay back because, again, of whatever social norms, and we don't want to we want to stay with because of the children. And there have been cases where the man has the father threatened that I will take the children away. And so the mother said, no, if you divorce me, and I will ask for full custody of the child. And I told that woman that, tell him to take the child away. So first she said, how can you ask a mother to leave her children? I said, he will never take them away. He will not be able to
Yeah.
bring them back. And that is what happened. The day she said that, yes, you take the child away, then he stopped talking about that altogether. So that emotional blackmail, I think we have to be strong enough financially and emotionally. For me, that is important. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Did anyone have any contribution toward this before I will say something?
Yes,
Anyone?
I
Okay.
would also like to come in that aspect. I always say to the young women, because that is where that is the root. We need to get them young, educate them, and make sure they have the mentality that they are capable of doing things that men can do. But without the education, they can never reach the level in which we are. Whatever advocacy we will do, whichever program, summit, or whatever, we have to catch them young now. And I always tell women who are in a very abusive relationship that, look, you need to live to tell your story. If you die, you are dead and gone. Your story will never be heard anywhere. So if you find yourself in a situation whereby you think the future is unknown for you, so you remain there for abuse to continue, my dear, you would die, and then your story will never be heard. Your children will survive. Okay? Whether you are dead and gone, the life is not for you. But if somebody is ready now to take it from you early as possible, and you see all the symptoms and you still remain there, my dear, the only thing I'll tell you is that run. Don't even look back at all. You will survive. You will think that maybe you will not have feeding fee, or he's the one taking care of you economically, and so on and so forth. Let me tell you, your parents, do you know how they survive? Your parent, do you know how they manage to survive and even take care of you until who you are today for him to be abused? If you don't know, then let me tell you, the spirit of unknown, forget about it. The God that created you in this world will always what? See to your welfare. So please run and live to tell your story. Okay, so that's what I want to put before those who are hearing us, especially those in abusive relationship or even in abusive relationship. Thank you very much.
Everybody for the support sister that has been bold enough to say it out. I don't know if there is any other person that want to share his experience. Do we have any other person? Okay, in case of any other person, we have to move. We want to call on our third speaker now. She'll be speaking on strengthening systems, policy accountability, and leadership for ending digital violence. And the person speaking on this is Dr. Chinamerem Nena. Hello, doctor.
Good morning, everyone. Can anyone hear me?
Yes,
Yes, we
yes, yes.
Okay. Good morning, distinguished ladies, gentlemen, colleagues, partners. I remain Dr. Chinemere Miwanyanwu, and a mental health advocate and a mental health
Good morning,
counselor.
doctor.
Thank you. So, and I want to first of all appreciate African Girls Empowerment Network for putting this together. The conversation that has been going on so far is mind-blowing, it's enlightening, it's eye-opening, and to be sincere, in 2025, the level of gender-based violence has metamorphosed into something else. So it's no longer about meeting us physically. It's about meeting us wherever we are through any device we use. And that is a case that calls for concern. So this morning, in looking at what I'm about to talk about, strengthening, I would like to, please pardon me or permit me, the first speaker, I'd like to still use the story of Miss J. Today, we're not just discussing problems. Ms. J said something about her opinion on relationship, and she got so much backlash. And it didn't stop there. It also got into threats. And you will agree with me that when the threat to life comes into an issue, it's a big problem. It's no longer an issue that can be, micromanaged. It becomes a very serious issue. So today we are chatting a part of responsibility, accountability, and leadership. We are here to insist that digital safety is not just a privilege, but a right. Ms. J had the right to express herself. And if you have contrary opinion, you can nicely pen down your contrary opinion in the comment section, or you walk away and put your own opinion on your dashboard instead of going to threaten her. So, understanding the modern rise of digital and technology-enabled violence is not a vague concept. It is real, it is widespread, and it is ruthless. Women and girls face a lot of things. One of them is non-consensual sharing of their intimate images, which is why I will advise every woman, please be careful what you put out there. Because it starts from you. What you say people should call you is what they call you. So be careful what you put out there. Then it gets on to doxing of their data, trying to share their private information, where they live, and where they work, where they can be found, and the names of the people they relate with. It goes on to cyber stalking, the issue of using fake identities to connect with the person, and impersonation and what have you. We also have the issue of online blackmail, extortion, revenge porn. We have the issue of deep fake sexual images. Today we have AI, and with AI, you can come up with anything and use it as a weapon or a tool to blackmail someone. We also have hate speech, harassment, misogynistic attacks, digital surveillance by partners or abusers. So technology has made violence borderless. That's just what it simply means, because the list is endless. Technology has made violence borderless. A teenager in a rural village can be attacked by someone thousands of kilometers away. That brings to what I just said, that you don't need to get physical these days. They can get through to you through any device you are using. So a survivor may delete social media, but the violation follows her into her home, school, workplace, and mind. I remember the first speaker talking about how any information that is image denting about a girl affects her workplace. It could result to her being sacked because the organization will not want to associate with someone like that. Digital violence is an attack on identity, dignity, safety, and autonomy. And because it happens behind screens, families, institutions, and communities often downplay it, making the survivor feel even more alone. That brings me to one of the stories of the survivor, where the mother she expected would support did not support. Why? She was trying to protect the family image. I remember growing up as a child, I was molested by a pastor. And this pastor is someone my mother had so much respect for. And when I told my mother, as educated as my mother is, my mother first attacked me and said I was the one who was always going to play around pastors. Why would I not be harassed? She made me feel horrible before she even thought of even if I went to play in the pastor's house. Is it enough for the pastor to take advantage of a small girl of under 15? That was after she had finished making me feel like I'm the losest girl that exists on planet Earth. Her faith in God and belief in the pastor played a crucial role in destroying my self-confidence. I couldn't even tell her exactly what happened. I couldn't even tell her how the pastor cornered me. I couldn't tell her how the pastor made me feel that if I open my mouth and say a thing, that it will be his word against my word. I couldn't tell her all the conversations that happened between me and the pastor till the moment the pastor got physical with me. It was after she had gotten over, trashing me and making me feel stupid, that she now had a second thought and now had to launch out at the pastor. And when she launched out at the pastor, that kind of boosted my morale again. And I was able to begin to tell what happened, how the pastor called me into his study room, what he told me, how he told me I'm a beautiful girl, how he told me I needed protection, how he told me that I should feel free to tell him anything I want. And even when he got physical, what led to being physical and all of that. And when my mother heard it, she had to now start apologizing to me. So imagine if my mother never had that second thought, what would have happened to me? So these are the cases that happen with so many girls out there, that today we discuss these things and we should be able to come up with strategies that will strengthen existing systems that are addressing this gender-based violence and also project into the future to curb it to the barest minimum. The second thing I want to talk about is the psychological and emotional impact of digital harm. Digital harm wounds the mind as deeply as physical violence. I just spoke about my own physical encounter. Imagine what a child who a pastor meets on the internet, and this pastor is being followed by thousands of people. Imagine what it will look like. I'm just using the pastor thing because of how we go by what we see, not trying to know exactly what unfolded. So many survivors report of chronic fear and hypervigilance. This, for me, is that aspect where I always like to talk about the mental impact, which is also the psychological and emotional impact of digital harm. For someone who has experienced, for Ms. J, you will realize that Ms. J dealt with a lot of fear. She dealt with had issues of anxiety, depression. Sometimes I think I want to believe that at some point she lost her sleep. It was difficult for her to sleep because of the backlash, because of the tongue lashing, because of the abuses, because of the threat. It was difficult for her to sleep. Then sometimes you feel ashamed. I remember the first speaker saying that she made a comment in a post and she had her own badge of backlash, and she was almost endeared to delete the comment until she spoke to herself and said, no, I'm not going to do that because I didn't speak against anyone. So it's like that. These are the things, the kind of issues, the aftermath of digital violence. It comes off as loss of professional opportunities because when you are having a saga on the internet, remember, the internet does not lie and the internet does not forget. Someone can always go back to bring it out, to use it against you. By so doing, it affects your professional engagement and opportunities. And to an extent, you find yourself feeling like you are under surveillance, you are being tracked, someone is watching you, and sometimes you begin to think of wanting to disappear. So the idea of suicidal ideation steps in. So unlike physical abuse, digital violence doesn't end when the incident stops. A repost, like I said, the internet does not forget, it does not lie. A repost, a screenshot, a comment, each one reopens the wound. So this psychological impact is very, very enormous and is deep. And for girls with disabilities, the impact is doubled. Their voices are dismissed faster. Their boundaries are crossed easier. Their pain is minimized and more frequently. I remember being in a session where we were discussing gender-based response mechanism for persons with disability. And one of the lived experiences that as a girl, that she said as a girl, she was being hid by her own parents in the house. She didn't see outside. That for her to break out to begin to interact with people outside, it took the whole of the community. And that was through an advocate who came in contact with her in one of the outreaches in her community. So when this is the plight of the disabled, you can imagine. And survivors stay silent, and that is because the system keeps failing them. We're talking about system strengthening. Silence often isn't a choice. I know that speakers here have said it earlier on, and I'm re-emphasizing, it is not a choice. It is always enforced through stigma and victim blaming, where you have girls being told, why did you post that? Why were you online? Why didn't you keep your life private? I heard one of the speakers say that. And we have weak laws and slow justice. So reporting digital abuse often feels like pouring water into a basket. Nothing comes out of it. Yes, one of the speakers mentioned that we have a police gender desk. Yes, we do. But what are the results that are coming out from the police gender desk? The results are not encouraging because a lot of times they are being dismissed. And also, culture has a way of watering down this whole digital violence issue. Then the fear of retaliation is another reason why abusers often, survivors or victims often stay silent, because abusers will always threaten you that if you try to talk, I will release the rest of the videos, I will destroy your life, all of those kind of threats. And also, it has a way of, disempowering the individual who is involved, who is yearning for justice. Lack of digital literacy is another big issue. If we cannot navigate technology, how do we defend ourselves within it? We need a lot of awareness. We need a lot of capacity building workshops, training, meetings like this, where we talk about digital literacy, what is and what is not when it comes to digital engagement. It's very important we know, put it at the front burners. Because when a survivor feels that every door will be closed in her face, silence becomes her only shield. Keeping it to herself. I've heard a story of a woman who was raped, and that rape culminated into a pregnancy. And at the end of the day, the man that raped her told the wife his own version of the story, and the wife came back to say to the woman that she wanted to take her husband. The lady that was raped, he told the lady that you wanted to take my husband and now you claim he raped you. So you can imagine how things get twisted because of silence. And that is because the systems are not well equipped to deliver justice and to address these issues so that healing can take place. When I say healing, I mean holistic healing can take place. So strengthening systems goes into policy, accountability, and leadership. Ending digital violence requires systems, not sentiments. And the honest truth is, if our policies remain outdated and our leaders stay uninvolved, digital violence will continue to grow faster than our response. So we need a layered practical approach. One, policy that build structures that protect. Update cybercrime laws to explicitly address digital gender-based violence. Mandate social media platforms to remove harmful content within strict time frames. Establish clear protocols in schools, workplaces, and communities for reporting digital abuse, because we cannot remove this from our society at this point. We are in 2025, and this is the Gen Z era. And they are all on the internet, practically living on the internet. So things that happen on the internet cannot no longer be ignored, as well as the abuse that happens on the internet. Create special digital safety units within the police and GBV centers for civil society organizations that have centers that take reports and hotline. I know Human Rights Commission has a reporting desk for all manner of crimes against humanity. So this should also come into play in their own space. I know we are working a lot with them, and they are really pushing on gender-based violence, trying to curb it to the barest minimum. But this has to come to the policies. Push for survivor-centered processes, not bureaucratic, humiliating ordeals. Policy must make digital violence costly for the perpetrator, not the survivor. Second aspect of strengthening the system is accountability. Make every sector responsible. For government, let them update Don't shame them. Religious and community leaders, please speak out. Culture only changes when leaders do. Families, replace silence with support, replace blame with understanding, and also try to put your children through what they should know, what they should do, and what they should avoid. Civil society, please, as we talk about these things, as we come together to have these conversations, we should also play the role of monitors. We should monitor, we should advocate, we should hold institutions responsible. No longer should we be keeping quiet and trying to say, no, this is not a mathematic area. It's about everything. Digital gender-based violence is about everything, because it's happening to Miss J today. You don't know who next is the victim, and that could be your daughter, that could be your friend, that could be your sister. So everyone must have a role, everyone must play that part. The next aspect of strengthening the system is the leadership angle. Let us model the change. As leaders, real leadership is not a title. It's an influence. It's example. It's courage. Leaders must speak publicly against digital abuse. We must respond immediately when cases arise. We must not shy away from it because we don't want the stigma or the scandal to affect us. No. Let us investigate, let us do the needful, and let the perpetrator be brought to book. Let us protect confidentiality and dignity. Let us promote digital literacy. We must teach, we must talk. We cannot stop talking, we cannot stop teaching. Let us amplify the survivor's voice and not shame them. In cases of when someone says, and I wrote so, and they came after me, so they were even threatening that they will come to my house. Somebody said he knows my place. And you as a responder, a first responder, the question you will ask is, why did you post it? Don't you know that will bring problem? You know, those kind of things. I encourage people to please slow down on the judgment and create a safe space. And in creating that safe space, you amplify the survivors' voices. Ensure accessibility for women and girls with disability. I will not stop talking about women with disability, because I'm also a disability rights advocate, and I really advocate that they should be included in the scheme of things. So when we're talking about gender-based violence, digital gender-based violence, we must not forget that they also go through their own digital-based violence, and being disabled, they suffer double trauma. So challenge harmful norms within our societies and our cultures. Leadership is not about watching things happen. It is about refusing to let injustice continue unchallenged. Community level strategies to build safer digital spaces should include community digital safety ambassadors. Let's train young women, especially girls with disability, to educate peers. Local centers where girls can report digital violence without fear should be made available, so that we can at least, because one of the things that is happening to this issue about gender-based violence and the digital gender-based violence is that it is underreported. You can see somebody had to keep her own experience until after 2 years. Imagine how many millions of people who victims that kept theirs until after how many years, when they felt they can talk about it. So parents and caregivers should be trained. They should understand that this digital harm affects the psychology of the child, affects how the child thinks, feels, and behaves, and that also contributes to the bigger society outlook. Then we should also look at having local awareness campaigns, normalize conversation about consent, boundaries, online dignity, and what have you. Promote positive masculinity. Men and boys must be part of this solution. I said it, and I wrote it in one of my posts on LinkedIn. I said we cannot stop talking about gender-based violence without talking about our boys. A lot of times our boys are not being put through on how they behave towards their fellow, their girl, the other gender. That is where the problem starts. The digital-based violence that we're talking about is not something that starts at adulthood. It starts from when the child is still a small boy. What he sees his parents do, his father do, what he sees the big boys around him do, that is what he models after. So we must not remove looking at putting the boys through on cordiality, respect for one another. We cannot remove it. It is something that we must incorporate in our fight and our campaign against digital violence and against gender-based violence. So digital violence will not end because of hashtags. It will end when we build systems strong enough to hold abusers accountable and compassionate enough to protect survivors. The digital world is not just the future, it is the present. And women and girls deserve to participate in that world without fear. That I'm a woman shouldn't stop me from participating, shouldn't stop me from airing my view, shouldn't stop me from putting my position down. I shouldn't be scared to say what I think and what I feel should be done to address issues. This is our responsibility. This is our moment. This is our chance to break the silence and build a safer world. At this point, I will say thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Madam Patience. Oh, Madam Chinyere, right? Thank you so much for that beautiful. Sorry?
Chinemerem.
Okay, Chinemerem. Yes, I can see that now.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much for that beautiful presentation. It was really awesome. And thank you for the good work you're doing to ensure that we end violence against women and girls. At this floor, before we move to the panel session, we just want to give a minute or two to Preston. Are you still connected? Do you still want to say something? Pristine, are you with us? Hello, Pristine. Hi, Pristine. Can you hear us, please? Okay, fine. Probably before she connected, I could just noticed that there's a message on the chat. She said, the message said, hello everyone here. First time joining, though did not join on scheduled time, but would love to add my voice to the discussion here from experience based on people's victims experiences. In my opinion, women are not weaker vessels as society have made it. Please, we only live once and everyone should prioritize their lives and see it as a gem and flee from toxic relationships. Cause this causes when you die this cause when you die in the name of oh my children, society whilst your abuser will move on without looking back himself, even cheat or sleep with someone else on the very day you lost your life or on your funeral day. Society will continue to move on without you and your children too. Don't keep quiet, speak up, reach out know where to proper help seek proper help and assistance. Please, ladies, always try your best to be at least financially stable before any relationship. Okay, these are comments from Preston. Thank you so much for that beautiful contribution. All right. Yeah, so I could also see another message. Please can the record be shared? Network keeps showing me out. Yes, sure. This recording will be shared with everyone. That's why we enjoin every one of us to try filling or completing the attendance sheet dropped on the chat. Hi, Christine. Hi. All right. I guess it's not in the right frame to speak now. Let's move on to the panel discussion. I don't know before we move on if there is anyone who has a question or addition to what the speakers has all said about. Hi.
Hello.
Hello, Christine.
You can hear me. Yes, you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So good morning to everybody once again. I was being a little bit emotional about what our panelists were sharing earlier. Yes, that when you kept calling, I couldn't respond at the moment, and I wasn't able to unmute at that moment. Yeah, frankly speaking, um, I have not been a victim from my establishment at work. I have witnessed and come across a lot of people, women, let's put it in that shape. That was a lot of this physical abuse, emotional, mentally abuse, all because all in the name of right tribe. Sometimes sharing like from the submission of Shabbat that in India, women are being given as a gift to their groom, which is a no-no. We women or a woman or a female person is not an object that should be tramped on. Because I don't get it. We all in the name of I love you, then in the name of all like I love you, then all of a sudden men tend to become like I don't know what kind of word you use for them. I don't get it. Why would you tell somebody I love you, they're married to the person, keep coming or if that will be happening on time, then you treat her as if she is just an animal and keeps away. It is a noble day. Society is making it people, and it is making people behave like they are superior to somebody. Nobody is superior to the other. Women or men, they are equal. The same blood that runs into them is the same blood that runs into women. DNA, we all have DNA in us. So I don't see the reason or the fact that a man should abuse a woman, like as a woman also has abusing men. Men are, we always see the term to be very strong, to be highly voiced out. But I think as a girl child, or when we have a female fraternity, to me, in my opinion, I think women, right from age, the day you were being born, or a man, we should be financially be taught how to be stable. So that when you go into any relationship, I don't see the reason why you have to, people think marriage is the only thing that you have to do about it. No. As a woman or as a man, you should be mentally and stable. You have to be stable with certain things in life. Like today, we are doing for women, we are for girls. It's a good choice, it's a good advocacy. And I'm very proud that people are voicing it out in order. But how many out there are able to come out with their frustration? And when we are trying to open the gap and pray for them, I think we should all come on board. The criticism is too much, the stigma is too much. We have to try our best and let people know that, yes, it's good to feel, yes. But when you feel, what is the next step? Get us from where you feel and move on. That's all I can do for now. I'm being a little bit emotional. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Preston, for that beautiful contribution. And of course, women, to those of you joining us live or watching us live on social media, on the YouTube page, we're joining in. Please enjoy to listen to this conversations and abide to the advice that we are given, because these are just one way or the other we can help ourselves, avert the issues of violence that are prevalent in our society. Yeah, so we'll be moving on to the next, as before we wrap up, which is the panel discussion. Okay, so however, this is not going to stop any of us who has contribution from contributing as we discussed, because this is going to be a general flow for every one of us to share more of the work we have been doing, or to ensure that we address the issues of digital violence in our various workplaces, and then in our NGOs, as civil society organization, as activists ourselves. Yeah, so I don't know if we have okay, Madam Patient, are you still on the call?
Yes, please, I'm here.
All right, ma'am. Okay, so in your experience or your work, what's what are the hidden or less spoken realities of this gender-based violence thing that you have experienced, that is, it's an interlink, it's interlinked with HIV, and the stigma, and also the digital violence that are often overlooked in the public discussions. Let's say, we've been in public spaces, and there are some conversations that are never be discussed. So what are those things that you feel have been hidden in your work and in your experience?
Thank you so much. And thank you for this wonderful summit that you put together to ensure we further amplify issues of gender-based violence as regards women and girls. Okay, regarding your question, my name is Patience Ogolo Dixon from Advocacy for Women with Disability Initiative. in most of the conversations, like as your question relates with, I feel that we are not yet into that discussion around gender-based violence as it affects women and girls with disabilities. I think it's still very, very low when it comes to discussions and our conversations. And so, because it is not being discussed, just not as much, it's also um, amplify or making the space look exclusive. Women with disability are not really into that space when it comes to gender-based violence. I just want to borrow the word from what Shuba said. We are all victims of gender-based violence. So whether you have a disability or not, it doesn't really matter. I am a woman with physical disability. I have also faced violence, gender-based violence at a point in my life. A few years ago, we lost a woman with physical disability who was murdered by a partner. And I was thinking, many people were saying, oh, what happened? And she's a woman with physical disability. Probably she would have been able to run if she was able to run away from the perpetrator. But unfortunately, she wasn't able to run because she was just using a stick. And then it would have been very difficult for her to run. In front of her, there was a knife, and there was stabbing, and then she died. So what am I talking about here? Gender-based violence can happen to anybody. So I just feel that it's not discussed enough. And then there's also the spirit of silence. When it comes to women and girls with disability, they depend solely on support, either from family, friends, caregivers, and all of that. And many a time they are told not to voice out when it happens. So even though they want to voice out, a girl with disability want to come out, or a woman with disability want to come out, but the family will say, "What are you coming out for? You already have a disability. You have an impairment that seems the whole world looks at as a shame. So you want to add
Honestly.
another big shame to it. So it's also a big issue that we are also facing in the community. And in our work, we have, because people don't talk about it, we took it amongst ourselves as an organization of persons with disability. We have a safe space right now in Abuja that we just launched a few months ago. And it's a safe space for everyone. It's not only for persons with disability or for women with disability, for everyone in the community. But we made it accessible to persons with disability because that is where other shelters or other safe spaces are having issues when it comes to persons with disability accessing their facilities. So, and then within the system of gender-based violence, either in the law enforcement system or the court system and all of that, there's no access. So if a woman with disability is assaulted or is raped or has faced gender-based violence, the system is not friendly, does not have access within the system for her actually to be able to get justice for herself. So these are some of the things that are not in the conversations that I feel should be for us to also amplify the voice of women with disability in gender-based violence.
Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much. We've taken note of that. I think that is very key because in most spaces, sometimes because the person is physically challenged, the person is not permitted to work in some, some sectors just because of their physical impairment. And I think it's also very important that we begin to look at that direction as civil society organizations to begin to look out for advocating for the rights not just of those with disabilities but their inclusion in also in workspaces. Yes, and we'll I don't know, Madam Justin, would you like to contribute to that? Hi, Madam Justin, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm here. I thought maybe it would be my turn to do a presentation. Then I talk about the topic you've given to me. So I don't know if that's the time, then I can come in. But
Sure,
the previous
you can just come in.
Madam Patient has already said a lot. You already have my slides. If it is time for me to present, then I can go over it quickly, then we can continue from there, if that's okay.
It's okay. It's fine. It's fine.
In absence of that, I'll say Madam Patience has said it all. Dr. Chinye has also said a lot. For me to come in again, to be like a repetition, because most of the topics that we are all talking about is the same thing. And the digital facilitated gender-based violence is something that is very, very prevalent.
Share a slide.
Yeah. So if you can share the slides, if that will be okay. If not, I'll just go quickly over it.
Yes, just give us a minute and it will be shared on the screen now. So while we await the slide to come up, can we please open up our cameras, and I would love to see those beautiful faces. Let's just take a picture for a minute, please. Can we just quickly take a photograph, please? Kindly open up your cameras, your videos, so we can take a picture quickly. Let's open up our cameras. We're still waiting. Wow, I can see those beautiful faces. Yes, please, open up, open up, open up. Yeah. Madam Juliet, welcome. I guess I'm just seeing you on the call. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, Christine, please, can we see that beautiful face? Madam Vivian, please, can we open up the cameras? Madam Justin, can you also do that? A camera, please. We just want to take a picture for a minute and then we continue. All right, thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. I've seen that. All right, so please can you help us share this slide, Madam Justin's slide? So it's a time to speak. Madam Minister, please help us share the screen. Justin,
Yes.
I hope you can see the screen now, right?
Yeah, you can share the screen. I'm ready.
Yeah, it is. It's playing already. It's on.
I can see it. That's okay. Go. Okay. So greetings once again. Today I will say we are talking about gender-based violence, and I have titled the topic as "Breaking the Digital Chains: A Call to Unite Against the Culture of Silence on Gender-Based Violence." Next slide. So I'll say, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, partners, and advocates. Today, December 10th, actually marked the Human Rights Day and the final day of a global 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. This is not just a symbol moment. It is a powerful reminder that our collective responsibilities is not only to reflect, but to act with urgency and conviction. And this year's theme, Unite to End Digital Violence Against All Women and Girls, is more than a campaign slogan. It is a warning. It is a declaration for you and I. And it is a call to courage for our girls and our women. Because today, as we celebrate the innovation and digital transformation, we must also confront an uncomfortable truth. That's technology, which promised access, empowerment, and equality, has been weaponized. It has opened a new front line in an old war, a war against women, a war that is reinforced and sustained by silence. Technology facilitated gender-based violence is not theoretical. It is not virtual. It is really a true violence that is happening. It destroys careers, it breaks spirit, it silences voices, and it follows victims from the screen into their homes, their workplaces, and their communities. In Nigeria and Africa alone, more than 156 million people are online every day. And one will ask, is it for positive reason or negative? And this story should be of a progress. Instead, we see a digital landscape where young women, activists, journalists, politicians, entrepreneurs, and even schoolgirls are being attacked, monitored and blackmailed, discredited and shamed. As our first speaker said earlier, she just made a comment and it has just changed into something that she couldn't even what. But if based on her courage, she was able to stand the test of time. And globally, studies actually shows that about 58% of young women have experienced online harassment. And as new technologies emerges, the threat becomes even more severe. Today, 90 to 95% of deepfakes circulating online are fabricated every day against women, sexual images, and so forth. And this is not a coincidence. This is not random. This is patriarchy, as our Madam Shuba said. Our genes are the same. We don't have to allow them to dominate us. And today we will walk through these three things. First, I would like to talk about the digital battlefield, which looks like how it operates and in our world today. And two, we have to talk about the anatomy of the silence that is prevalent in our community. And then three, I will also talk about the roadmap solution, which of course, Doctor has already outlined so vividly. So I'll just quickly mention those topics and then we go on. And then one would ask, what are the digital battlefields in a gender-based violence? The gender-based violence is not separate category of abuse at all. It is the digital extension of the same inequalities that women face offline and online. It is motivated by same patriarchy beliefs. It uses new tools, but it pursues the same objective: to intimidate, to silence, and to control. And then according to the UN definition of it, it is an act of what? Violence committed, assisted, or amplified by digital technologies. This definition is important because it acknowledges that technology is not neutral. It is magnified and pre-existing power imbalances. In Nigeria alone, or I would say in Africa, where women who speak, lead, or challenge the status quo are often seen as threats, and the digital space becomes a battleground. Women in journalism, politics, activism, public life face targeted attack specifically because their presence challenges patriarchy norms. The men feel threatened when we speak. So this violence is not accidental or ideological. When you map in the form of digital violence, one will ask, what are some of the forms that it takes? One, cyber talking, online harassment, and in a case of a lady called Dozin, and online thread publication was actually fabricated against her. Private informations, her address, her everything was issued out there just because she was present online, because she's a woman. So those are some of the things that actually our women and the young girls faces. So the gendered disinformation and the character assassination is also one of the problems that women in leadership, from politicians, like other domains that we have in our system, face. And one will ask, who are the people that they targeted? It's we, the women. Women in public faces, or young ladies in our communities. They are the people, especially the journalists, the politicians, influencers, and the advocates who speaks for the voiceless. And then when you talk about the human rights, for instance, the LGBTQ plus individuals face the same risk as well in every country. So our adolescent girls face grooming, cyberbullying, harassment that directly affects the psychological development of the future opportunities. So the violence is actually happening. And what we have to do is to speak more. And then one who ask, Doctor has said a lot about the culture of silence. So I'll just mention some of them. There's like socio-cultural and patriarchal barriers, and then institutional and systemic failures on a part of our government who are not doing anything about it. Psychological and personal barriers are some of the issues that our girls and women face online. Technology specific barriers are the problems that our people are also facing. And then how do we break these voices, make the people take that spirit of silence to an end? We need to strengthen the governance and the justice system. We need to empower our government, the communities, and the survivors of those abuses. We need to leverage the technology for good because one, without leveraging, our people cannot survive it. We need to build the digital resilience by through the education. We have to take them from the youth and then make sure they always stand the test of time. So in conclusion, I would say that we must break the digital chain, we must challenge the culture of silence, and we must center the choices of survivors, and then we must demand the accountability from institutions and the platform. We must unite, not as the spectators, but as actors, advocates, and protectors of our girls. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Justin, for that presentation. It was awesome. You really dwelt on the theme, the global theme for the year, 16 days of activism, and I think it's really commendable. Thank you so much, and well done for the work you're doing to end violence against women and girls. We will give forum, please. Moving on, we it's a panel discussion, so we have 5 minutes each for to share the works we are doing, what hasn't worked, and what we intend to do better to see the solutions to ending gender-based violence and digital violence among our women and girls. So I will call on Gift Orimolade. I hope I'm pronouncing your name well, right? Hi, Gift. Are you there? Okay, I guess she's gone. Vivian, Madam Vivian, are you there? Hello. Hello. Okay. I can anyone please?
Sorry, can you hear me? I think my
Yes,
network was breaking, but I heard you mention my name. Sorry, I'm not sure what that was for.
yes. We are having the panel discussion, and everyone is contributing in the room. So we have a question here. We would love to know. We're still discussing on the breaking the silence culture, and then the works you have been doing in your organization to what has worked, what has not worked during the process or of addressing the issues of gender-based violence and the intersection of HIV and AIDS. What are the pathways? So that is the conversation we are having now. So
Okay.
the question is, what in your work have you observed during the period that is less discourse when we talk about gender-based violence and the intersection of HIV?
Okay, so at MHR, we use media storytelling and majorly strategic communications just so we can challenge harmful norms because we found that the major driving force behind this is sort of maybe do I say the socialization how we are raised of, maybe it's the man in charge, and then you have to sort of like be less. So we sort of like puts men above us. So we are trying to use more strategic communications just to challenge these norms and just sort of reshape the public discourse on this, and how we see and interact, with ourselves. And we do this through Love Matters Niger. So it's one of our flagship programs on this platform. We provide young people with relatable and judgment-free and pleasure-positive content, on relationships, on consent, on digital safety, because it's so important, how to protect yourselves online. I heard a few people talking, about blackmailing, doxing, revenge porn. So majorly how to protect yourself, and very importantly, SRHR. So it's one of the leading platforms on SRHR information that you can get. And we also created Paddy Chat. I think I'll put the link in the chat, but it's paddychat.ng, and it's an AI powered chatbot. It provides confidential SRHR and mental health support. So you can talk to this chatbot about any problems or any questions that you might have concerning your sexual or mental health. And if you decide, or you don't want to speak to a chatbot, you want to speak to like a real person, there is the option of scheduling a session with a real with a human being, so that you can get information or whatever you need. And sometimes when you're even speaking to the chatbot, there are some trigger words or something that you might mention that it will be recommended for you. Or maybe I'm thinking of killing myself or something, or oh, I'm in this really dangerous relationship with this person and I don't know how to get out of it. There are just some trigger words that it will ask you, oh, like, oh, I can give you advice on this, but I feel like you need to speak to someone, to a human being who can give you better support, better guidance. Yes, and all of this. So majorly for people, if they can't speak to a parent, a teacher, you still have the option of speaking to the chatbot if you feel like, oh, I don't want to talk to another person. I don't want somebody knowing my story. I don't. Yes. So if you feel that way, there's still like the option of talking to the chatbot.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Gift. I
Yeah.
can see Adetayo. Would you love to add your voice to that? Hello. Can you hear me, please? We're just talking about your work as a civil society organization, or as an activist. What has you or your organization been doing to address the issues of gender-based violence and, among others, digital violence that are often overlooked in the public spaces? Hello, Adetayo. Um, let's. All right. So, Christine, would you love to add to that? Vivian, Juliet, who goes next? What's your contribution to this? What has the organization been doing? What has the organization been doing to address the issues of digital violence, gender-based violence, HIV stigma among women and girls in the society that that has been overlooked by the public in public spaces discussions mostly, that you look out for, you say, oh fine, these things have been neglected, so let me this is what we have been doing to to change that narrative, or to address some of those issues that affect our women. Hello, can you hear me?
Mm. Can I come in?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, you
Yes.
can.
In that aspect, I would say AGVO network, for instance, Ghana, we are coalition and we have various SDG actors in the field of all the 17 SDG goals. And what report we received so far in 2025 is that most of our grassroots NGOs are doing their best by organizing education workshop for the young one, especially the voter reading, for instance, an NGO called AJ Foundation is based in a voter reading, also grab the young ones from the school, the basic school. They teach them how to identify violence when they see it, and then what to do, who to report to, and then that to save themselves from danger. Those are some of the things some of the organizations are doing at the grassroots level. So I would say HDVO as a network or coalition, what we normally do is that we support the underground, let's say grassroots NGOs. When they are organizing trainings like this, we give them support. And then some experts from various institutions, let's say a mental health, the psychologists, the doctors, they come around to actually lecture the children that we discarded. So what we are actually emphasizing is to grab them from the basics. That is what we are also doing in Ghana here, which we hope to even expand further to any other places. And then there's another NGO. We always emphasize on ladies or girls at the neglect of what? The boys. So some of the NGOs, the grassroots NGOs, what they also do is that they organize summits like what you are doing, and they call the experts to come and talk about the mental health of the boys and so on and so forth. So that is what we are also doing in that aspect. That is it.
Wow, that's interesting. Thank you so much. Yes, I can see patients. Madam
Yes,
Patients, go on. The
yes.
room is open.
Thank you. Yeah, I
Yeah,
just wanted to
go on.
add to say that in our organization, like I have mentioned before, focuses on issues of women and girls with disability. One thing that we are doing that is helping us to support ourselves is form ourselves into a kind of community self-help group. And this community self-help group brings women with disability across disability types to a certain place within the community where they meet, where they also rub minds, where they share um, um, painstaking issues, and then they also link those issues with local actors within the community. And that has really worked very well for the women, because you know that many women with disability in the community are not educated. They really do not have means of livelihood and all of that. So because of the support that this self-help group gives them, it has created a platform for them to interact. So when there is one of their own is facing gender-based violence, they quickly report to the community self-help group. And then the group now, from there, link it to the people that can take it up from the community. And then another one is that for us, we also link with women with women rights organization who are also working in the area of gender-based violence. That way, we are able to have a collective agenda and also have a mandate for us to push for issues around gender-based violence for all women and girls. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Patience. I can see Adetayo. Over to you, please.
Yeah, good morning, good afternoon, good
Yes,
evening,
sir.
everybody.
Good
Let me
evening
start
and
by
good morning and
saying
good afternoon.
I'm Dr. Adetayo Adeniro. I'm Dr. Adetayo Adeniran,
Nice having you on
and
the call.
yeah, I work with WHO.
Okay.
Let me start by saying this. The issue of stigma, the first thing that is causing more problem is one, trust. The people that are being affected, how can they trust who they are reporting their issue to? That's the major thing.
Mm,
And secondly, I could say in part of this
that's
world,
key.
we politicize everything. When campaigns comes, people that have been
Exactly.
assisted that has stigma like maybe HIV positive, rape issue,
Mm,
violence against women and children anyway, the politicians will use it to campaign. Whereas using it for
yes.
campaigning is like a stigma because everybody will go about it
Mm,
because the politician will be saying, yes, I provided a home for her, our children are going to school, are this. As a medical practitioner, I could remember when I was still practicing in the hospital. If I'm a gynecologist, I could remember if my patient should come to me for a case and I have a discussion with my patient, a lady, a woman, one on one. There's no how the husband will come and I will relate that issue to the husband. No matter how the husband will say it, it is a trust between me and my patient. I don't have the power to be reporting it to the husband or to be using it as an example to somebody that knows the woman. Is a way of spreading stigma. So all I should just say is that in every organization, they should have a department. If the organization is not capable of having a department, there should be somebody well trusted that is into guidance and counseling. So that when you have issue like that, you just go straight to that person and discuss your problem and what you are facing so that you can, if it is health wise, you can be treated.
mm,
And it will be between you and your confidence, not sharing your problem outside because these days everything, in fact, everything now is digital. Before you know it, people will post it on there's what they call TikTok or whatever, things like that. They will even mention names. Before you know, the person is already trying to take his or her life, which is wrong because everybody has known about what is wrong with the person. So I believe we should create in every organization, one of the solution is let's create a department and get people well trusted that can hold secrets.
mm,
Then let there be the ones handling anything stigma so that it won't be spread out. Because when it's already spread out digitally, it's all over. You can't retrieve it anymore. So that's just the little contribution I have. Thank you very
thank
much.
you so much, Dr. Adetayo. Thank you so much for sharing that. Thank you so much. So, in your work, uh, have you come across some of these cases where a woman has to come to you and tell you, "Oh, I've been violated by my husband, but I don't want to share out." Have you seen some of those cases?
Yes, a lot.
Mm,
We have a lot. We have a lot going on, and we are treating the issues. We are trying to settle them amicably and things like that. At least presently, I have like 4 cases on my hand.
wow, wow.
Presently,
Well done. Thank you so
we are
much for
treating
that.
them. We are
Okay.
treating them.
Mm.
Yes, we are treating them.
Okay, so we also request that you also put them on a call to with counselors, I mean experts, activists who can also continue to talk to them, have one-on-one counseling with them, so that it will keep them to help them overcome those fears and traumas they're going through. Even with the treatment, they will still need one or two counseling from a psychologist who can also, administer some of those supports in in having one-on-one conversations with them, to address some of those issues. Yeah, thank you so much and well done for the good work you're doing, sir. So as we wrap up, we'll be wrapping up with this. The last we have on the list is, where did we see where do you see the biggest gaps in digital safety education, and what practical steps should women and girls take to protect themselves both online and offline? This goes as a contribution. It's a question for every one of us to contribute on. Where do you see the biggest gap in digital safety education, and what practical steps should women and girls take to protect themselves from online and physical abuse? Hello. Does anyone want to share on that?
Yes, I would say is the gap of education, because uh, if you are aware of the threat of your exposure into the digital world, I'm sure you will always be cautious of whatever you put out there. So what are we supposed to do to break that gap? I would say we, the grassroots, should advocate, teach our children the do's and the don'ts of the digital world. And when they get to know much about it, uh, a boyfriend would not, let's say, deceive or coerce a little girl that, oh, take a snapshot of your body or your sexual uh, images, share with me, and they will fall prey to blackmailing and so on and so forth. So all that we are saying is that we need to educate our girls, not only the girls, the boys too as well. We have to educate them. When that is done, it will really serve a lot of the danger they face in the society. And in the side of the government, they should make the system, or they should take away this kind of bureaucracy. When they are doing their budget allocation for the country, they should factor in the grassroots people who are into educating the children. And then if that allocation is given to them, they alone cannot do it. But the people on ground in the various community are the people who have the first-hand information to educate our people, to save our children from this kind of digital exposure and the trouble and the violence that is ongoing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So does anyone else add a contribution, any contribution, additional contribution,
Yes.
please? All right.
Hello.
Hi, sir.
Hello.
Go on. Hi,
Yeah.
hi, Dr.
And
Nathan.
okay. Another contribution I think I should contribute to this is this goes particularly to the ladies and the young ladies. You see, most of them, when going into this digital stigma, drugs is a very great thing. Drug abuse. Most of them, when they are being on drugs, they share any kind of videos and pictures.
Hmm.
Like what the earlier speaker said, like sharing of nude pictures and whatever. Most of these incidents happen is being caused by the victim himself, because that person is already on drugs and you now share these pictures out while you are out of your normal senses. You share those pictures out. Then later, you want to redeem your respect in public.
Exactly.
You, you know, it's done. So we should be treating what we call drug abuse too. It's related to this digital violence. Drug abuse is related to it. That's why some of the men take advantage of the women by getting them involved into drug abuse. So drug abuse is another very, very important key to check. That's to checkmate in the society. With that, if we can curb a little out of drug abuse, most of this violence in women and children will stop. Even some of the men violating the rights of women and children, they are on drugs. You see most of them when they do these things and you call them back when they are in their senses, they start shedding tears. They start crying. Some will even go to the extent of telling you, I did not do that. Because while they are doing it, they are not human being anymore. They are not in their right senses. You understand? So I believe if we can treat that, that would be a very wonderful and great effect on violation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for that contribution. Without wasting much of our time, I don't know, Madam Juliet, do you want to say something? All right. Okay. So overall, I want to use this medium to appreciate each and every one of us who has made out time to connect on this call today. As we celebrate the Human Rights Day today, we reinforce our collaborative efforts towards ending violence against women and girls, and we believe together we can address these issues. Together we can do it. Together we can go to the grassroots to help our women. Our interventions are also on a timely are going to be timely enough to help us address those issues. So we should go down. We should not relent on our work in helping these people. Even though we've done, I know there might be some part of it we've tried doing, and maybe it's not working out. It has not worked out. This is time for us to realize that there are so many other ways we can collectively address those issues, and we are using this medium to call on
Don't
the,
talk,
the government
come on and
to
no kill
call
me.
to call on the
I don't dey
government, to
shout my
call
name
on
since, so
other
that time where I
parasites
drop phone.
to
That I should come and contribute. Hey, women. Mm.
so like we said, our efforts should not be for we should not forget the fact that we all as civil society organizations, civil actors have a role to play in ending violence against women, and of course this is one way to reinforce our capacity to ensure that we end violence against women. So thank you once again for coming on this call, and we hope that all that we've all discussed together, we've learned from one another. And to those of us who are survivors, we want to say that today we stand in solidarity with all of those who are going through one violence or the other. We want to ensure, we want to let you know that keeping quiet will only give power to your abuser to continue, but it is a room for you to share your story, talk to others, seek help when necessary, and help will be there for you. We want to let you know that your voice matters a lot. It is valid. Speak out and you'll be heard. Thank you, everyone, once again, and do enjoy the rest of the day. Once again, happy World Human Rights Day. Bye.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Thank you everyone for joining. We appreciate your time. Do have a great day.